North Smithfield Town Council meeting, September 16, 2024. Madam Clerk, can you start us with the prayer and pledge?
Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biergod? Here. Ms. Hamilton?
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Here.
Ms. Alf?
Here. Mrs. O'Hara is walking in, so we can just wait a second. And while we're waiting, I'm just going to make an announcement that in case someone missed it, executive session has to be at the beginning of the meeting tonight. So our regular meeting is going to start approximately 8 o'clock. So anyone who didn't see that, I just want to make sure everyone knows that the meeting's starting at 8 because we're going into executive session. All right, executive session closed. Discussion by council vote or other action regarding Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. 1, agreement between the Town of North Smithfield and Rhode Island Council 94 AFSCME, AFL-CIO on behalf of North Smithfield Town Employees Local 937, July 1st, 2024 to July 30th, 2027. Discussion by council vote or other action regarding Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A5. Any discussions or considerations related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes or the disposition of publicly held property wherein advanced public information would be detrimental to the interests of the public. 1, considerations related to the acquisition of real property for public purposes, parcel 1. Consideration of the disposition of publicly held property, and considerations related to the acquisition of real property for public purposes, parcel 2. Discussion by council vote or other action regarding Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A1. Any discussions of the physical health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall be notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require that this discussion be held at an open meeting. 1, employee of North Smithfield Fire and Rescue Services, Inc. Discussion by council vote or other action regarding Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. Potential litigation contract by and between North Smithfield Fire and Rescue Services, Inc. and Town of North Smithfield, July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Discussion by council vote or other action regarding Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. 1, consideration of amendment to the Town of North Smithfield and International Brotherhood of Police Officers Local Number 410, collective bargaining agreement, July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. Someone make a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make a motion we move into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biergod?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alf?
Yes.
Madam President, I'll make a motion that we come back into open session. Let the record reflect that no votes were taken, and that we're doing this one after, right? And that one item will be discussed at the end of the meeting in executive session, falls under executive session. Item B, number 3, considerations related to the acquisition of real property for public purpose, and to seal the minutes.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Ms. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Thank you. Next agenda item is open forum, non-agenda items only pursuant to 42-46-6D, maximum 3 minutes per person. And if we can please limit to 3 minutes, because we do have a full agenda tonight. The first person is Mary Semini.
Good evening, Mary Semini, 171 Great Road. I am a senior taxpayer and long-term advocate for seniors, formerly the Executive Director of Aging 2000, a member of the Long-Term Care Coordinating Council, and the AG's Task Force on End-of-Life Care. I've served on many boards, including the Woonsocket Senior Center and the Woonsocket YMCA. I was an Administration on Aging grant reviewer, awarding the first Aging and Disability Resource Center grants in the country, now known as 211. I have served as a funding reviewer for the United Way of Rhode Island and the Rhode Island Foundation. I am an experienced grant reviewer and writer. I am active in recreational activities, fishing, running, golf, lap swimming, and my favorite, deep water aerobics. I grew up under the tutelage of great people: Jim Hagan, Mike Levitt, Nancy Dowding, and Alan Canistrari at Tupperware, and the great men including Carl Christensen and John Zoltak at the YMCA. I swam competitively throughout New England, was a water safety instructor and lifeguard, and spent my high school and collegiate years lifeguarding and teaching children and adults to swim. In September of 2023, the Town Council voted unanimously to move the funding to the Hallowell site. You chose to focus on the conceptual plans presented by the Hallowell Review Committee. The site also provided the option to build out with additional funding over time. Recently, the Multigenerational Committee voted to move the monies back to Scouters Hall on a vote of 6-1. Does anyone on the council think that this vote represents a multi-generational vote? It is a discriminatory vote, excluding the vast majority of town residents. The average age in North Smithfield is 47.2 years and is predominantly male. I could speak about age dependency ratios, but I will spare you. On 5/4/23, Ms. Thiebaud pointed out that approximately 200 residents attend other senior centers. Why would they leave their cadre of established friends and programmatic activities to return to North Smithfield? Seniors go to different venues for different activities by choice. To date, $285,000 has been spent, and an additional $1 million of funding must be spent at the Hallowell site. Jeff Porter and the HRC have engaged all residents, participants, and potential community partners, including the Pawtucket YMCA and the Blackstone Valley Boys and Girls Club, have attended. These partnerships, in conjunction with the North Smithfield schools, the athletic department, and all students, could benefit. Business, corporate, foundational, federal, and community partnerships could also be used to solidify financial viability. We can draw on this, and I promise I will be available to assist. The town planner stated in a Valley Breeze article 9/14/23 that the town has until 2031 to complete this project. Let's do the right thing. I don't even mind pickleball, John, as long as it's the right venue at the right price.
Excuse
Lastly,
me, Mary. Can you?
one more
All right.
sentence.
Thank you.
Lastly, if my expiration date passes before it is completed, so be it. But let's get this done and leave a legacy for future generations of North Smithfield residents.
Thank you. Rebecca DeCristofaro. Rebecca, can you keep it to 3 minutes?
I promise to try my best, Kim.
Thank you.
Rebecca DeCristofaro, 1931 Pound Hill Road.
According to our town website, our Health and Public Safety Department is committed to public safety and the health and well-being of our town residents, employees, as well as visitors. Public health and safety promotes and protects the health and well-being of all people in their communities, with the responsibility on the government to ensure that people are living within communities that enable healthy living and are safe from harm and danger. With all of that said, I think we have a bit of a conundrum on our hands, since I would argue that our town commitment isn't necessarily a reflection of our actions, intervention, or even vested interests, and let me explain. In peeling back the layers of my own neighborhood's very own public health and safety and environmental concerns, and in running for town council and meeting other residents who have very real and very valid concerns of their own, we've come to the realization that there are numerous activities or oversights that have really hindered and even to a degree endangered public health and safety rights within our very own town. Allow me to really name more than a few. Number one, the degradation of life on and around Pound Hill Road that experiences illicit quarrying operations on a daily basis. Blasting exposes residents to silica dust, which is a known carcinogen. This business also subjects residents to constant noise ordinance violations, with dump trucks traveling residential roads between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m., with engines and exhaust exceeding the allowable decibel level. Number two, we have Material Sampling Technologies, or MST, a precious metal recovery services plant that operates within a residential area over an aquifer and surrounded by wetlands. This business was enabled by the change of an aquifer map in 2020. These changes entailed areas of exemption that were not informed nor reviewed by DEM prior to being approved by the town council at the time. In turn, those exemptions enabled a business that manages hazardous materials to operate within a residential area. We have residents that need to police their own roads for noise ordinance violations, who need to observe traffic, who need to observe oversized vehicle use on restricted roads, all in an effort to demonstrate not just the degradation of life or well-being, but really the possibility of bodily harm, all in an effort to petition the attention of the appropriate town officials for action and resolution. We hear of illegal use of land, whether it's for landfills, enlarging non-conforming lots, earth mining, all to the detriment of neighbors who have lived with the repercussions of flooding, the worry of contamination, or really just the inconvenience of living alongside neighbors or businesses who really demonstrate zero regard for their well-being. I promise I'm speeding up, Kim. We have contaminated wells at our middle school and our high school, which state agencies recently stated was a product of artificial turf fields. And I've read comments, and it's so sad, from parents that have to send their children to school with bottled water because they fear our contaminated wells there. But really, let's laugh off PFAs at school committee meetings and seriously consider extending a parking lot that could further have environmental and health implications in that decision. I want to remind everybody that our town is home to 25% of the state's Superfund sites. And you'd think that given our history, we'd be more conscientious of environmental and public health and safety implications when these concerns are brought to our town officials' attentions.
Excuse me, Rebecca,
One paragraph, Kim, I promise.
quickly.
We need more than 2 sentences on a website to feel assured that our town officials care about and prioritize our well-being. And I would even argue that we need more than a public safety commission, although I'm not really sure that that's been anything over the last few years. And I propose that we consider a combination of an environment, health, and safety commission, and one that would be responsible for reviewing and supporting the public with their concerns relating to local issues that put our environment, our health, and our safety at risk. Because without a dedicated commission to hear, to review, and to assess and to support resolution for our concerns, we just continue to spin our wheels, and there's nothing more disheartening than lip service and our concerns falling on deaf ears.
Rebecca?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, I
All right,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Madam President, just real quick, I just want to respond to something. I don't ever normally do this, but I want residents to realize that their voices are heard. That was the whole sole reason for starting the Water Supply Review Committee. That also then became the Groundwater Protection Committee that led to changes to Ordinance 619 and the Aquifer Map. It's expanding in terms of educational and hoping to work with the school committee and the school department. So, you know, when blanket statements are made, I want it to be on the record that changes do happen and that there is things happening, and that hopefully, you know, we can continue to do that work, and, you know, if there's other issues to bring them forward. But I just wanted the record to reflect that.
Thank you. Next agenda item, discussion by council vote or other action on update of North Smithfield trash program. Mr. Pendergast?
Good evening, Ray Pendergast, Director of Public Works. This is the monthly update. We finally just got some information done this afternoon. So the new fully automated system started July 1st. We've been working with Waste Management, excuse me, as issues arise, to address them and to move forward. Complaints have really fallen substantially low. Pots break. Any pots that break on the cots, we fix or repair for free. One of the issues that we're having right now with Waste Management is the 800 number for people to complain if their containers aren't empty. So what happens with the 800 number, and we've gone through this for the last several weeks, is that people are hanging up before they go through the whole system. So once they hang up, the complaint's never lodged. So therefore, Waste Management doesn't get that complaint. So now the people are calling us, and we're trying to, not that I'm not looking for calls to come to our building, but they're supposed to be going to Waste Management. So we've actually worked out an agreement that should be starting sometime in early November, where they're going to be able to go on the website and lodge their complaints in addition to the 800 number, in addition to calling us. But when they call us, we don't pick up the trash. I now have to call the 800 number and stay online and do it that way. So if anybody has complaints about things not getting picked up, call us and we can direct them through the 800 line. People can still, we've really seen a lot of people bringing large cardboard to the recycling center on Wednesday evenings and Saturdays 8 to 2 to help take those large cardboard boxes, similar to the Amazon boxes and any delivery boxes, out of their recycling containers. We have a huge container at Highway, and it's working out well. We're constantly emptying it. We've been reconciling our accounts. The numbers, when we were first given in the RFP, were slightly off, and that could be a result of many years in the tax assessor's office of not putting together the correct numbers through in-law apartments, 2- and 3-family houses. When we first rolled out the program for the first month, it was a little chaotic because all the people who were the in-laws weren't getting their containers. So we finally had to order more. I think that number is like $16,000 for that first order, in addition to the initial RFP part of the contract. With that, some people received containers that honestly fell through the cracks on our side. But what happened is we're reconciling the accounts. My trash and recycling coordinator is recycling that part, reconciling those reports. And we've kind of come up with like maybe 2 or 3 that haven't paid. But when they first came in, they couldn't pay because the council hadn't adopted the fee resolution yet. So now that's all taken care of. We can move forward with that, and that will be taken care of. The second page of the report are the financials, that the deposits, how many cots have been purchased, and to date, the new trash cot service agreement. There are only 21 households that are taking advantage of that, and we have approximately 4,500 units in town. So it's not really as bad as everybody's making it out to be.
Can I ask? So can you do a couple of things for us? Can you provide the number for the residents to call, 767-2200, and what extension they should call for DPW, or which?
348? So Vonnie May is the trash and recycling coordinator. All calls, she handles all of the complaints, all the issues with trash and recycling. Her extension's 348, mine's 341. I lean on her to take care of all of this, but if somebody can't get through, they certainly can call me.
Okay, and I want to thank you for doing this, because I've had a lot of people ask me if you could provide updates regularly so that we can see how many contaminated loads there are, if it's working, if it's not working, what we can do to make it better. So I'm sure the people that I have heard from will be happy to hear this. So one of the other things that you said was the total trash cart service agreement, 21 residents. Now, for those people who don't know what that is, can you explain what that service agreement is and what it entails?
Yes, that is to afford the residents who feel they have a larger family and need that extra space in their trash, they can purchase for a one-year agreement for $319.
So it's just trash?
Just trash. The recycling containers, depending on the size, 64 and 96, it's either $45 or $65, and that's a one-shot deal. They keep those. Obviously, we want more people recycling than anything. And not to reiterate the policies through Rhode Island Resource Recovery, the town doesn't pick up the trash. The town does not make the laws and regulations concerning trash and recycling. Resource Recovery is. And in the last several years, there's been a 6% decrease in the tonnage for our cap. And I've explained this several times, and I can continue to talk about it. But that is the main problem with people throwing everything in the world out, that we have to control the trash. And this is not just North Smithfield, this is a statewide problem. So that's the reason for that. What I find interesting about that number is there was so much outrage, but there isn't. When you have 4,500 units and 21 units that are taking advantage of this, it doesn't seem to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like those percentages.
Okay.
And the other thing I wanted to, I forgot, is we've only had, I believe, 5 or 7 contaminated loads for the past 2 months. Okay. And one of the reasons for that is Vonnie was in touch with Waste Management, and what other municipalities do to lower that is their curbside rejecting the loads. So when the truck pulls up and they notice that the plastic bags are hanging out of the thing, a weed whacker today is hanging out of a container, those are non-recyclable items in your recycling. So instead of dumping that and having the whole load contaminated, we're contaminating, and then they're tagged that resident, and then we send out a notice why your recycling wasn't picked up. That's working.
Oh.
That's almost like
Okay.
educating the people
Yeah, that
curbside
makes sense,
why my
yeah.
recycling container wasn't picked up. And the biggest offender, plastic bags in the containers. No plastic bags in the containers. But, so now the people who are violating that are tagged, and a notice is going out, and they'll be educated on this.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that's going to pick some traction up.
A little bit over time. Okay, thank you.
So would it be too much to ask that this report be done monthly and go along with the monthly reports that we receive from police and fire for
that's fine.
their monthly?
Yep.
Just so we can see how it's going?
That's fine.
Thank you.
I didn't put a copy of the 3 deposit slips that Vonnie has sent to finance and certified through finance, but that deposit slip really breaks down the money, how it's brought in, of which she handles. Trash bags, trash bin lease, 64 gallons and 96 gallons. It's all broken down. Finance, we work with them very closely on this. So the only push in the couple of months that I'm going to really push for is, this is 2024, and residents really don't walk around with checkbooks in their pockets, and it's difficult on the resident when they come in to pay for whatever. People have credit cards and debit cards, and I think it's time that the town looks into that system. I think it's long overdue. Yeah. It'll also help us in the Parks and Recreation end of it for programs. People are asked to give checks or cash, which I totally disagree with. Cash and checks, it's just a thing of the past. It's just not the way people do business anymore, so.
I don't think cash is a good idea anyway, you know. I
So
think
Anthony, going forward, do you think we can look into a square or something for the town so that at
So they
remote,
can
at remote
credit.
locations, whether it's, Pumpkin Fest or something, if we have to go somewhere
Oh,
remote.
at Square, I mean like a payment system?
Mhm,
Yeah.
At DPW?
Well, just
that
to
would
have
be one of
some,
them.
just to
In
have some
general.
remote handhelds, maybe that if we have like a function or something, that we have a way to take credit cards.
Yeah,
remotely.
that'd be nice if we could I could look into that because I wanted to look into that for other programs as well. That'd probably consist of going out to bid and stuff like that, but
Yeah, because it's right online, all you have to do is buy an iPad,
Yeah.
and the service is monthly,
just,
so.
it's just one of those things where when we have systems like that, like we have with Stripe, it adds an extra report that we have to reconcile every single month. So we want to try and, we want to look at how much extra work that would provide for us and then kind of go from there. But yeah, we can definitely look into it because it was a thought.
Yeah, because
prior.
just a square has its own mid, so it'd be easy to follow it.
Yeah.
So that would be handy
Yeah,
going
and I think
forward.
anything we can do to make it easier for people to, I haven't had a check. I can't even tell you the last time I've had a check, I have no cash either, and my son has my debit card,
No,
so
we'll just
I'm
make it
out
easier for
I'm out of luck. But, yeah, I think it would be very easy if, if people were right there and then we just were able to, and that should be pretty much in every department in our town, really, whether you're paying taxes or whatever, I think.
Correct.
Just one quick thing. I wouldn't use the trash that only 21 people did as a barometer.
Households.
21 households, right, 21 households as a barometer to see that people are okay with the system, because there have been situations where we've raised people's taxes, and I've never heard a word, but God, everywhere I go, people are talking trash. Everywhere I go, people are asking something about the trash. Just this morning, as a matter of fact, somebody called me up and they said, I pay $12,000 a year in taxes. Why do I gotta pay $300 a year extra for an extra trash bin? So not everybody is,
We're actually nice about that because all the other municipalities don't.
I know that.
So when I heard the cries, this is how we extended the olive branch. And when you take the 319 divided by 52 weeks, it comes out to $6.37 for that extra trash, which will help me stay under my cap at the end of the year. That's my answer to that criticism.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So, Ray, is there ever a situation where if we get to a certain point with below the cap, that maybe the extra fee goes away for the extra trash?
Well, we won't pay the extra 115 a ton if we stay under our cap.
So,
Which you
so
don't
in the
wanna
future,
go over the cap.
could a household have 2 trash bins without having to pay the $319? If we become significantly low densities, like
If it's
Cranston do it or
significant.
something like that?
We're normally right at our cap, 98% usually.
But I'm talking about future. Didn't,
I'm hoping we stay under our
Yeah,
cap,
we don't-
sure.
We don't know.
Right.
I won't know that until next June.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item, discussion by council vote or other action on North Smithfield Town Council sitting as Board of License Commissioners, A, Knights of Columbus, St. Andre Bissett, number 15829, located at 79 St. Paul Street, applying for Class F liquor license, beer and wine, September 28th, 2024. Is there anyone here for that? No? Madam Clerk, is everything in order?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the license for Knights of Columbus, St. Andre Bissett, at 79 St. Paul Street as per the application.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All right, let's move some things around. So let's do old business, discussion by council vote or other action on Rhode Island Council 94 AFSCME, AFL-CIO, on behalf of North Smithfield Town employees, Local 937 Agreement, contract ratification, July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2027. So everyone should have a memo in their packet from the Budget Committee.
Yep.
Does anyone have any questions on this?
You know, I think we had questions, and we received the answers. We had the budget committee that was giving us a fiscal impact statement, and we are all in, well, I think we all know what the impact is going to be, and do we want to, well, I'll make a motion that we approve the contract for Council 94 based on the fiscal impact statement and the budget committee's recommendation, and have, let me just see, make sure I get the dates. So it'll be a 3-year contract, FY 2025, 2026, and 2027. And to have the administrator sign so we can move forward.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Darlene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is Linda here?
Yes.
Okay. Next item, discussion by council vote or other action on Multigenerational Advisory Committee. Linda Tebow.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening.
Linda Tebow, 83 St. Paul Street in North Smithfield. I just wanted to begin, before we get to our recommendation, that the Multi-Generation Committee was founded on February 2023, and the duties that were given to us, I'm just going to mention them so that people remember. Let me put my glasses on. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so the first duty that we had was to review and identify the existing activities, services, and programs conducted at Scouters Hall. Check, we did that. Review and identify the activities, programs, services, and facility needs of town residents of all ages. We did accomplish that. We did actually use some of the information that we received during the charrette that the Hallowell committee had, and also by the survey. And I just wanted to correct something. During that survey, we had the vote was 41% for a senior center, and all the rest of the votes went to all different things between selling the property, creating gardens, open space, police station, medical buildings, business opportunities, and a community center. So just wanted to clarify that just a little bit. So what we have done, so those two were taken care of, and also the review information provided by any consultant retained by the town council. We had the site analysis, the wetlands site analysis by the certified engineer, and it proved okay, that we were okay to extend that building if we wanted, as long as we didn't go back. We could go forward and sideways, but not northwest in the back. Then we had the BHNA site analysis, and we had that report. And incidentally, we did find something interesting when we got that report. Was that the wetland analysis of Hallowell had some different information that hadn't been revealed in the past, so that was passed along to that committee. So, but before we get into the recommendation, I just wanted to go into other issues that were discussed, not just the points that we made here on those duties. First of all, that Pacheco Park is the center of town. It always has been, and it's been a community center for quite a while now. Scouts use it, seniors use it, Little League uses it when they want to recruit people and get all the teams together. And also we vote there, and we have municipal court there as well. So it is a community center, and quite interestingly, Blue Cross Blue Shield had contacted me because they wanted to offer some programs there for our seniors. And they said, we know it's the community center that you have. And so it is a community center already. And so the seniors are very used to going there and for that. But before we get into our actual recommendation that we voted upon, I'd like to take us on an imaginary walking tour, because when I tell you that it's the center of town and it provides walking to get to the senior, the center. So let me just, if you don't mind. So on my imaginary walking tour, we walk out of the site and we're looking at the post office, the library, and then just down the road a piece is the post office, and behind that is Eagle Point, which was an Eagle Scout project. And if you're really energetic, just further down the road, there's Silver Pines, and that's walkable as well. You walk down the hill, past the library, and there you are at the mill with all those apartments there. We have many seniors that live there, and they can walk up the hill. Now go down and go over the Stone Arch Bridge and take a right, and you're going up the hill, and there's St. John's Church and the cemetery, and there's an historic part of the cemetery as well. Now come back down, bear left, go up the hill, you're at Laurel Woods, a 55 and over community area, walkable, very walkable. Come back up the hill. Are you with me? Can you see this? Put on your kid's hat so you can imagine this. Come back up the hill and you're looking at 2 granite buildings that have been there as long as I can remember. And there you could get a coffee, you could have lunch, and I think you could even get a massage there too. So that's always good. So now go next door, and you're at the town memorial building, which is beautiful. Richard Keene and his committee have done a great job at restoring the first floor, and they're restoring the second floor, and it's going to look like it looked like when I was a kid. It's so exciting. But they're going to have a small area for a meeting room, and that's where they're going to store all the archives and all of the memorabilia there. So that could be a good thing to visit. So now we're leaving there. Let's walk straight ahead. And now we're at the Congregational, the beautiful common, and the Congregational Church. And in that church is something, Bob Mayo's favorite thing that warms his heart is the food pantry. And he and I go back a long way together. We're old friends, he and his wife. And that food pantry, we all looked at the conceptual drawings, the whole committee did. And lots of things were much bigger than like a huge office. You know, you really don't need a huge office, and lots of space for storage. But I know that we could fit a food pantry in that place. We really could. And you could have live-in, almost, volunteers, because seniors are always looking for something to do. It gives a sense of purpose, and it's a wonderful thing. And also the Scouts are there. So we could have some volunteers that could be there to work in that food, to help with that food pantry. So that is that. And now, okay, we've got to come back. So then we're going to the right of the church, down the road just a piece as the crow flies. And there's Colonial Village. Colonial Village is the first senior housing that we had in North Smithfield, and it was by Tony Pacheco, who actually opened that. And so that's an easy walk. Many people that are at Colonial, that live there, walk up to Brigido's. You know, you're getting it. So then, and then if they come back up and go past the gazebo and down, they're at the town hall. Come back to the Memorial Town Building, and you're on North Main Street. You can walk up to the plaza, and there's everything up there. You could go to Coffee and Creamery. You have pharmacy there. There's Navigant Bank. And what it's become is, it's a walking village. We'd be a walking village, and I think old Samuel and John Slater would be thrilled to see that, where, you know, he first planned industrialized village, Slatersville, and here we are walking. So those things are so important, good for the environment. You can walk there, and everything in the snow. Well, in the snow, I always tell people, even down at the Woonsocket Senior Center, please stay home, because I really don't want you to fall and break a hip. And then you can run into all kinds of problems. So those are some of the things when I say that it's the center of town and it can make us a walking village, that would be wonderful, wonderful. Other issues that we considered as well, people are saying, well, the entry is unsafe. And it is a little bit tricky, although we've been using it for a long time and we've all come in and out of there and you have to be careful and it's okay, but it can and will be fixed so that we can open it up and make it safer. The other thing I think we need to pay attention to, when the H&A did their analysis of that building, they found that it really isn't up to code at all by today's standards. They built it the way they built it because that's what they could afford to do, and it served the purpose for now. But there are so many code issues that had to be addressed. So even if that were not the site chosen, the town will still have to come up with money to either raise it and build a new or spend a ton of money to bring it up to code so that the scouts that go there will be safe. Another concern, word on the street tells me that what are you going to do if you tear that down? Where will the scouts go? Where will the senior programs go? Well, I want to tell you, the scouts, we have Josh, Sylvia here, and Roger, who represent the scouts. We've been a little bit proactive, so we've already been investigating alternative sites should the council decide on this site. And so, but the biggest issue that we talked about and that it can be done. It can be done within the confines of the grant. And so for me, it's kind of a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train, you know? It's something that's realistic and might happen. So with that in mind, because I know we're running behind, let me read this official. I know the council has it because we gave it to them, and now I gotta find it, hold on. So, the Multigenerational Advisory Committee has completed each of the assigned tasks and at its meeting on August 14th, 2024, voted to endorse option 4 as contained in the site assessment and feasibility analysis to convert Scouters Hall into a multi-generational community center. BH&A, Inc., July 2024, revision 1, to be located at Pacheco Park. Option 4, consisting of raising the existing Scouters building and replacing it with a newly constructed 5,200 square foot facility at an estimated cost of $4,269,000. In arriving at this conclusion, the committee first commissioned the expertise of a certified wetlands biologist, NRS Inc., who performed a wetlands analysis of the site. NRI Inc. concluded the project was feasible without requiring any waivers from Rhode Island DEM as long as construction did not encroach beyond the northwesterly rear wall of the existing structure. The committee then engaged the services of BH&A architects who performed a thorough assessment of the building and site. In working with BH&A, the committee was mindful of the wants, needs, and desires of the Scouts and the seniors, while also being cognizant of the $4 million grant budget. BH&A provided several scenarios, ranging from a functional upgrade of the existing building, retaining the existing footprint, for a total cost of $2,170,000. To a substantial 3,200 foot addition to the existing facility to create a 6,600 square foot building at a cost of $5,978,000. As previously stated, the committee was cognizant of the needs of the community and the available funding and chose the most cost-effective alternative, a new 5,200 square foot multi-generational community center, an estimated cost of $4,269,000. The committee members thank the council for allowing them the honor and resources to participate in this worthwhile project. The committee took its responsibilities very seriously and believes it is recommending the most feasible, cost-effective option, utilizing the available funding without committing taxpayers to additional substantial funding beyond the $4 million grant secured by Senators Whitehouse and Reed and former Congressman Cicilline. The committee hopes the town council looks favorable upon its recommendation. And thanks to all the members of the committee as well. Thank you. What's that?
Mark, is this when BH&A is showing?
Yeah, I think Joel is here to follow up.
Yeah. Joel, did you want to give a brief presentation?
I do have a presentation, probably 10 minutes. Is that too long?
That's fine.
When I was Joel Bargman, BHLSA, and just before I start, thanks very much to the town. The staff's been a great help. So what you're seeing today is greatly assisted by information from planning and DPW and other staff. The presentation was made a month or so ago to Mrs. Tebow's committee, and a number of questions came up at that presentation to compare apples to apples between that site and Hallowell. So I did that in the presentation, and we asked the cost estimator to level the costs between the two projects so you could see apples to apples, the same size project, the same size cost, the same scope, and have a better comparison, because we hadn't done that. And I just go through that. Ms. Tebow explained where the site is. They're both equidistant from Town Hall, but which one is the best in the community, I'll leave up to you folks. What's nice is both sites are large. You need about 5 acres for a site. Pacheco has a total of 26 acres. Hallowell has a total of 39 acres. No problem with the site itself. When we went through Scouters Hall, we went through all the compliance with the state building codes, local health requirements, federal requirements for handicapped accessibility, et cetera. So this is a brief of the issues that we went through. We looked at the site work with our civil engineers. You can see that the site comes in, it's not differentiated at all, and the parking happens to be all on where the white car is, quite a distance from the site. So in the project is a cost to reconfigure the site to make the parking work better if this is the site that's chosen, and to get those light poles out of the way of the driveway and get stormwater management. You can see there's no drains in this area of the site. So that is in the budget. Mrs. Tebow mentioned the driveway. I'm going to come to this on the cost estimate. The number she quoted is the number that we provided that didn't include the driveway. The number you saw in the report originally, it was 4.6 million, included the cost of moving the driveway over and separating it out from the commercial properties. We've been told, and the reason that we made that adjustment is we were told that there was a separate allocation of funds that could support the construction of that driveway. So between the last month, the cost estimator recalibrated that, and I'll show you what that impact is. The point of this is the Scouts gave us a requirement for space, for ceiling height, for uses. We have a series of requirements for the community center and the seniors, and this ceiling height is 7'4". It just does not satisfy the program needs. It does not satisfy the code, and you can only get 93 people in that room because of the size of the exits. We can't make the ceiling height higher because this existing structure is only 2 inches above the existing ceiling. You can see there's not a whole lot of insulation in the building. There's a small room next to the municipal court room. You can see on the right that major cracks in the floor where that floor is settling, due to the soil compaction below. The kitchen in the building is not a commercial kitchen. It would be a warming kitchen, but you're really not going to meet health code requirements for cooking meals, et cetera, in that room. The one bathroom has handicap accessories, but it doesn't have the proper clearance. The other bathroom has better clearance, but it doesn't have the handicap accessories. So neither bathroom meets the ADA requirements. Tile floors, not great use in a bathroom. Antiquated heating system, and the problem really with the heating system is that there's no air conditioning. Today, if you put a new system in, you would get heating and air conditioning out of the same unit. It'd be much more efficient. The point of this is there's an existing fireplace in the building. No one intends to create a problem, but kids are kids, and it would be easy to envision the fireplace running amok. The code does not require sprinklers in the building, but we would highly recommend, because of the age group of the kids, the age group of seniors that may be disabled and have handicap access issues, we would recommend this building or any new building be sprinkled for the safety of the users. You can see the back side of the building's already beginning to deteriorate. Its vinyl siding, vinyl windows have a limited life. I applaud the construction of the building. They got a lot out of it, but everything is sort of a residential grade, including the windows and the doors. And when you put residential hardware on the doors don't close. So when I went to the building to inspect it, all the doors were open. You could get in, didn't need a key. This just shows again the parking lot is the old tennis court. In the budget now, we have included to fix this tennis court, put new blacktop on top of it, put a drainage system in. There's a total of 75 parking spaces, which is sufficient for the size building that Mrs. Tebow was recommending. As was mentioned, we did several studies of renovating the building. The issue was that when you renovate the building, it's the same cost as a new building, and the consensus in our opinion, and I think the committee's opinion, was it's better to put new money after a new building than spend new money after something that's not necessarily so good over the long run. And you get a much better product and much better value. So this is that 51,000 square foot. It matches the 51,000, so what we calibrated was the new buildings match exactly the renovated schemes. But you get nicer program, more efficient space, better kitchens, better bathrooms, etc. Quickly, on the Hallowell site, has a nice signal parking, traffic signals going into the site to the right. This access road would have to be improved. The guardrails need improvement. That's in the cost for the renovation. The building sits on this corner of the site, and we've made a pad for the building so that over time, should you want to, the building could expand on this side. So the one difference, I'd say, between the two sites is that we have plenty of parking area and you still have plenty of expansion area in the building. It's a little bit more flexible, this site, than is the Pacheco site. What we did is we leveled the building, so the new building that could go on either site. So you don't have to choose a site because one building's better than the other. They're identical. The cost of the new building is pretty much the same. The difference is in the site work on the two costs. This just shows the idea, wherever you put the project, the advantage of doing the new building is that we can build a core, has a lounge, kitchen, multi-purpose room, some game areas. You can build a building that's, over time, can grow by adding. When we did the surveys and the public outreach, there was some large requirement for a gym. A lot of people asked for a swimming pool. Not that you're going to do it today, but if you look at 50, 100 years down the road, we wanted to say this site can accommodate growth. And what the design of the building shows is that you can build a small 5,100 square foot, 5,200 square foot facility mentioned, and then you can grow on whenever you want to in the future, and that site's ready to accommodate it. What we did is we leveled the two costs, and we brought them up to August 2025 numbers. The problem was Hallowell was done a year ago, so the numbers weren't apples to apples, and the committee pointed that out at our last meeting in July or August. The consumer price index from between 92 and 2000 increased 60%. In the last 3 years, you've received 41% of the increase in that line. So over the first 29 years, you have a 150-point increase. Over the last 3 years, we have a 50-point increase. That's reflected in these numbers, which I think people are rightly saying, how can it be so expensive? But what we tried to do, again, is make it as comparable. The renovation was a little bit smaller on the base building, but we have a new building at Hallowell, new building at Scouters. They're basically the same price. The 5,100 square foot building is a little bit less expensive at Scouters because we can accommodate the parking in that area without increasing it beyond the 75 spaces that is required. I mentioned the difference in this number. This 4.6 included moving that driveway over, cutting through the stone wall, moving the crosswalk to the library, and doing all the grading for the new road. What we did, and the number Ms. Tebow mentioned, the 4.7 or 4.271, I'm sorry, is the difference in including that road or not including that road. So I just want to be clear about that. What we did with the books, and we mentioned with the committee, is go through the project in really objective terms, so you don't have a, I like this building because I like those trees. We had a series of criteria that we suggested the committee and other folks could use to evaluate the buildings in a more factual, objective manner. And then either scheme, this is the timeline, we allotted approximately 12 months to do the design, and it's about another 12 to 16 months to do the construction. So approximately 2 years from today, or 2 years from when you start, you can have the design and a new building up and constructed. Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question if I could ask, Madam President. So you've evaluated both sites. I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, but in your professional opinion, do you have a recommendation of what site may be more favorable than the other, since costs seem to be more in line than they were a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, so spent a lot of time the last month after meeting with folks to really level it and get the prices to the same benchmark. I think my job was to be the detective and present the facts and let the people decide. So we've tried to be dispassionate and equal about the two sites. If you had to ask my opinion, I like Hallowell because I think it offers more opportunity to grow in the future, that there's more space on that site. You don't run into parking issues. Say you ever do a gym, or you do the gym or the pool, you can easily get the number of parking spaces on that site. So it has flexibility over time. I think that's the main issue. You know, there's a lot of things about Hallowell with opportunities for walking trails and growth of the community garden and other factors. There's also a lot of nice things about Pacheco Park with the outdoor playing fields and the elements that are over in that site. So I think it's a very close call. I happen to like Hallowell, but I never said that in public before. I've tried not to get into that.
No, I appreciate
It's
it.
only
Thank you.
between us.
Does anyone else have any questions from the council? No, not right, sorry. Does anyone else have any other
Yeah,
questions?
just quick, FF&E is included or no?
Yeah,
It is.
FF&E and audiovisual is included.
And audiovisual.
And the design fees, everything that you need to build the project's built into that number.
Okay, thank you.
President Alves, I have a question. Joel, can you go back to where you had the the slide that showed New Hallowell, Recon Health, yep, that was it, you passed it. Can you
Which
go?
one?
It was the New Hallowell juxtaposed with that one. Okay. So we see the renovation for a 5,100 square foot on Scouters at 4.6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Scouters' new building at 5.3. Help my memory, at some point, was a discussion about demoing the building because renovation would cost too much to bring it up to code? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All
I
right.
mean, you're basically, they're very close to each other when we brought them into the current pricing, so that you can see the Scouters' new building is close to the, it is a little bit more, but it's a new building, so yeah, it's close.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought the renovation, I thought the new building was gonna cost less than trying to renovate the existing
I
building.
did too, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think you have them reversed.
Yeah, and I went through this, but we had the cost estimator redo all the estimates, and so.
Oh, so are you saying there's a cost change now? Is that what it is?
Well, he brought them in to the same benchmark of the year, and now that we know all the things that need to go in, he re-estimated the site work, because there was a big question when I was here in July about what's included in the site work.
Yeah, because if my memory serves me, which sometimes I question my own memory.
These numbers are a little bit different.
Yeah,
there's no
the new
question.
building, I believe,
It's $1 million.
was $4,260,000, somewhere around there. To demo the existing building and come in
Oh,
with a
and
new
those might
building
be
on 5,100 square
Those may
feet.
be backwards, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
to do a
He may
new
have put
building
those
was
in backwards.
4.3.
Okay,
4.2.
so what is the community hearing now for a price of a new building at 5,100
No,
square
the
feet?
new building,
with
I think
furniture,
they
fixtures, and everything included?
reversed those numbers on us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I am sorry, the person that did the slideshow, I think, reversed that number, because
Oh, okay.
the number that Mrs. Tebow had was the correct number.
All right, so I think you had the 4.6, but you backed out the cost for the driveway.
It was 4.6
So down
something.
to 4.2.
Yes,
yeah.
that's correct.
Yeah,
In the report, I apologize, so thanks for that. The new building was less, it was the 4.6 number.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
So, to council, are you going to ask to have the updated estimates provided to you?
I
Well, they
think
just-
we
they
actually
just switched
have
the-
that.
Well, I think we want it in writing.
Yeah,
you know,
I'll do that.
Some type of document?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have it in the
We
estimate.
have it, right.
None of that.
It's in the Scouters report, correct, but I'll update the slideshow and send it, because
Plus people watching is getting, okay, thank you.
thank you, I appreciate that.
May I ask a question? Can you go back, I'm sorry, back to that slide we were just on?
Yeah, I got the report.
So a Scouters new building,
Thanks.
it's 5 is, what,
4.6,
it's,
it's switched.
all right,
These two switch.
all right, new building at Scouters is 5.3. New building at Hallowell is,
Nope.
No.
No, it's switched, Joe.
That should come down to that. And the difference is that the difference is in the site work. You don't need to add into the parking lot at Scouters.
well, that was my
For that
question,
size
because
building.
you're taking down a building too. So even though you're taking down a building, it's still less than going from a clean site at Hallowell?
As you saw in Hallowell, there was the access road has quite a bit of cost to
Oh,
it.
okay.
And taking down a building is not very expensive. If
Okay.
you just flatten it, yeah.
I mean, wasn't the estimate to take down the building like $30,000, $34,000? It wasn't a huge number, yeah.
Yeah, very, very inexpensive.
Okay.
And when you do the revision, would you be able to, instead of the 4.6 million for the new building, would it be reflective of the 4.2 because of the grant we have for
Yep.
the
Yep.
extension of the driveway? Okay.
I'd be happy to, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, does council have any more questions?
I just want to know, how much is the town preparing to pay for the driveway? We've been talking about this entrance for almost a decade now, I feel like, a little less. But I've heard different numbers. I've heard 50,000, I've heard 300,000. I just don't think we should brush off the cost, because it is part of the project, whether it's a separate appropriation or it's part of this package. Just curious.
It's
Doesn't need to be answered tonight, but I just,
Yeah, no, we have it, yeah.
Joel, you did an estimate on the cost of the driveway, correct? The cost of the driveway. You did an estimate.
That's the difference.
That's what he's asking.
yeah, I just don't have anything in my packet.
It's approximately 300,000 to relocate that
Okay,
driveway.
thank you.
Cut through the stone wall, take out the other driveway, and landscape the site. So that's the difference. It's just over 300,000.
So what you're saying is when you back it out and the number that's being presented is the 4.2, 4.3, but we still are gonna have a $300,000 appropriation that we need to pay in order to fix the entrance, correct?
I understood that funds were available.
Right, I'm
It
just
didn't have
saying
to
for
be
the
an
town, I don't know where
We
the funds are
will-
coming
We
from.
do have funds available, correct? As far as I'm aware, we have funds available for that.
300,000? I didn't think we did.
No, I don't think it's
I
300.
don't, no. So,
No.
what we did discuss was that DPW's guys were gonna do that work, a lot of that work.
That's right.
Did we ever land on cost?
It-
Not to my knowledge.
That's, yeah, so that, right.
Okay. So we don't know.
We don't have a definitive number, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, we always talk
Right.
about planning and budgeting
Yeah.
and all that, and just to throw off some
Yeah.
money, it just doesn't make sense. And
Right.
that's just all I'm coming from on that one. We know what Hallowell cost is to fix the entrance if we do go forward there, so I just think it's important that we get a grasp of the cost, whether it's in kind or not, we need to know.
Yeah.
All right, anyone else on the council have any questions? All right, so before we go to move for a vote, I'm just gonna put a motion out there, just because it's not on the agenda to open up this item for discussion. So no one from the public would know that we're actually discussing it tonight. So I'm gonna make a motion that we set a date for 2 weeks out to have a public hearing on Scouters and Hallowell buildings, just so that way everyone could attend this tonight, and because to open it up tonight just for a few people to speak, it's just not fair. So I'm gonna make a motion that we schedule this public hearing in 2 weeks to talk about the Hallowell and the Scouters buildings. That's a motion.
I'll second, just for discussion too. Is it possible just to make sure, because like, when I saw this, you know, agenda items and transparency has come up quite a bit, that if there's a little more detail around it, like, I honestly didn't know, because there was nothing in the packet in terms of what was actually gonna happen tonight. So maybe aside from the public hearing, maybe it's the recommendation to move the grant and to also change the location back to Scouters or something like that, so the public will know a little more detail of what they're coming to speak on, that's all.
right, Joanne, we can work on the verbiage for
Yeah.
the agenda item, but definitely for a public hearing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and before we vote, if it's a public hearing, I think we should have some publicity about it, you know, because a lot of times people don't look at these agendas till the very last minute, and so if we could put it on the website or newsletter, that would be great, just to let people know they have an opportunity to come and voice their opinion. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam President, I agree that we should have a public hearing, but at the same time, asking everybody to come back a second time, we can make a motion to open up just this agenda item to this public discussion and do a public hearing if we want to hear what people in the room have to say that may not want to have to come back in 2 weeks.
I'd rather do it all in one night so everyone can feed off each other's topics. I mean, it's just not right to open it up and not be able to, it's gonna be a big topic for people to have public discussion on.
Do we need to do it in 2 weeks?
We can do it sooner, it's
Could we
just
do
getting
it like
the
on
word
the,
out.
on the, like the 30?
Yes.
I'm just concerned that we're gonna run into a situation like we're in tonight where the agenda doesn't start on time or something like that. It's just, as you said, Madam President, it's a big agenda, it's a big topic.
Well, we can do it on another night. I just don't wanna do it too soon, because we do have to get the word out. If you wanna do it in 2 weeks, but on another night, that's fine too, but I wouldn't wanna do it too much sooner than that, because we're not gonna be able to get anything out.
Well, you can do both. I mean, what if somebody has a question for the architect that's here tonight? He's not going to come back in 2 weeks. Somebody can ask, somebody might have a question for the architect.
We still have to have them speak.
Well, we haven't even heard from Hallowell yet, so,
Oh, we have a motion and a second, right?
yeah, we have a motion and a second.
Can the architect come back when we do this? No, sorry to bring you back, but if that is a concern, I mean,
I don't know.
otherwise, I mean, I think if there is questions, that we should, I just want to make sure that all the info, because if we do it and then it's like, oh, well, the architect could answer that, and we're answering questions in a vacuum, it seems kind of silly not to take public comment tonight. But if he's willing to come back, then,
I'm willing, I don't know if everybody wants me to come back, but I'm willing.
I mean, if we set a date, would you be able to attend the
Sure,
next meeting?
yeah.
Okay. Then that way, everyone can get all the information. Okay.
Okay.
thank you.
Madam President, may I address the council? Council, would you consider accepting this into the record? This is the site assessment and feasibility analysis to convert Scouters Hall into a multi-generation community center. This is dated July 2024. I would suggest that it be entered in as we accept this, the town accepts this report.
Okay, but we're in the middle of the motion, so.
Yeah, all right, sorry.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
So, what I'm voting that we do it, we continue this at a later date and not, opening up the public comment tonight is a totally separate thing, correct? Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Madam President?
Mhm.
I'd like to make a motion that we open up this agenda item for public comment.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Madam President, I'm just going to be really proactive before we do this. I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 p.m. It's 9:40. We're going to have to go past 10.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
make a motion to.
I already made a motion to
So-
extend to
second?
11.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier? Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Now, we still,
Yeah.
we need to let Mr. Porter speak before, I would think, right?
Yeah.
Before we do.
So,
If they have comments on what was just presented, I would say let the public speak and ask their questions before I, we're still on the multi-generational advisory committee, so.
Yeah, we,
all right, excuse me. So we're going to open up to public hearing or to actual just comments from the public. Does anyone want to get up and speak regarding the multi-generational? And just, if we can please limit it, just because we're already at 9:40, so that way we can get the.
Do a quick half hour.
Josh Sylvia, 45, no, I don't live there anymore, 24 Rainbow Lane. So, one thing that wasn't brought up tonight is, I agree Hallowell has the room for expansion, but if this building is built at Hallowell, you're still left with over $2 million worth of repairs that need to get done at Scouters Hall. So if we do spend the extra money and do it at Hallowell, where is that additional funding going to come from to repair and bring Scouters Hall up to speed? So based on the numbers that you may or may not have seen, just to repair the Scouters Hall as it is was roughly $2 million, give or take, just to bring it up to code. So I just wanted to leave that thought in everybody's head. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
My question was basically,
1 second, Miss Lily, what?
okay, my question basically was,
No, what? Miss Ann-
Hallowell
Ann,
has.
Hold on.
1
Point of
second.
order.
I have.
Sure. Okay, it's Ann Lilly, 47 Maple Avenue, Forestdale. My question was, we have $1 million grant for landscaping and certain other items that we can put towards Hallowell. Will any of that money be able to be used for site work towards the building? None of it?
No, it's,
I don't think
no. It's designated for Hallowell, correct?
It is designated for Hallowell, but there might be a very long protracted process of asking it to be transferred to. It goes through HUD. It'll take months, but don't, just,
No, I'm just saying.
don't, I'm sorry, just don't dismiss it because it's gonna take months. Because originally we had the $4 million for scouters, and then we had to go through HUD, and then it was reallocated that you could use it at Hallowell. But it took months it tied up Mr. Carullo for a very long time. And I'm not saying that in a negative way, because it's an option. You could do that. You could ask for it.
So some of that $1 million could be used for, say, the parking lot around the building at Hallowell, or something like that? Would it-
And I believe that the $1 million would be appropriated for one site. So the $1 million would either go to Hallowell, and then we could ask if it could be transferred to Scouters.
Right, but
But
I'm not
all of it-
asking about transferring it. I'm wondering whether some of that could be applied for the bigger cost at Hallowell.
I believe it was applied for passive recreation like trails,
Trails.
benches, shading,
Yeah.
lighting. There was no mention of bituminous of driveways, asphalts.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to get up? Anyone else want to speak?
Bob Mayo, 11 Tall Timber Trail. I just heard Josh say we have to spend $2 million to upgrade Hallowell, to upgrade Scouters. Scouters Hall was built to code when it was built. My house was built in 1975. It doesn't meet the code today. No one's going to tell me I have to spend $100,000 or $200,000 to upgrade my house to today's standards. If you leave Scouters Hall as it is, it will stay there very comfortably, built to code when it was built. There is no order that says we have to do anything to Scouters Hall. Okay, is there anybody who disagrees with that? Okay, can you come up and explain to these people? Please.
I completely understand your concern with Scouters Hall as it is, and I understand the grandfather clause and everything. But if you've spent considerable amount of time in Scouters Hall as I have, you can see the deficiencies in that building that need to get upgraded. The slab as it is separating, it's cracked, the floor is being raised. We're completely out of storage room. We have 4 units going out of there just for scouts alone, not including any senior supplies that need to get, that are used right now. There's a lot of deficiencies in that building that really need to get updated. And per building code, if I'm gonna start citing that, any significant renovation, such as ripping up the slab and repouring it, is gonna require that building to be up to code. And as it said in the report, that ceiling height is just not adequate, and we wouldn't be able to raise it. That would have to be completely raise the roof of the entire building to bring that up to code. So I understand your concern, but as a former Scoutmaster of Troop 1139, I've spent numerous times, as I know you have, in that building, but we really need to make sure that that building is safe for scouts going forward, and that we have a place to call their own.
I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to pursue this. But I think at some point, you folks should know definitively whether you have to spend money to upgrade Scouters if you leave it the way it is. You have to know that before you accept the idea you have to spend $2 million to upgrade it. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Roberts, 49 Week Street in town here. I know you're having a hearing another night, so I'm not going to have a lot to say right now. But I did just want to point out that the survey that was done, if it's the one that the Hallowell committee did, that's not a representative sample. So even if 42% are seniors in that particular sample, or if 42 want a senior center, I just want to point out it's not representative of our entire community. So that's just something, a lens that people should use when viewing the data. Then the other thing I just wanted to say is that both proposals and seeing them side by side the way they were tonight was really useful, and they both have a lot of merits, and I can understand why there's people who want it at one place and another. And I just want to say thank you to all the different people in both groups who have put so much time and thought into, you know, coming up with plans, because I can really respect that both sites seem to have merit. And I'll look forward to the hearing, because I know there's a lot more that people have to say. But just please know that that survey isn't representative. And it's still, whoever did complete it, they shared ideas, but it's not representative of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Philip Kezarowski, 6 Duane Court. I didn't want to speak. It's political. My son is an Eagle Scout, 1996. He and I worked diligently in the scouting to achieve Eagle Scout. At no time in the past, I worked for the town, was the town giving money towards that rehabilitation of that building. Nothing. All we could do was wash the floors, clean the toilets, done. Every time with the scouts or I, as former public works director, asked for money, we got nothing. My son chose to renovate Scouters Hall to some semblance. He had to raise the money, Mom and Dad, to do it. We didn't beg the town. The town said they're not going to give us any money, so we didn't waste our time. He worked diligently. He had the scouts, the F1139, worked very hard. We cleaned it up, we painted it, we fixed everything. At the time, asbestos floors, as it was said earlier, bathrooms, everything. The roof is leaking. I got pictures that I took of that. Unfortunately, it's been since 1996 and I've lost the file, but I still have some pictures. So what are we going to do? My son was upset that after his efforts as a scout, what do you call it? Scout, forgive me. We want to do something better. So we looked around, the two of us, and I found the Champlin Foundation and the Levy Foundation. We went through a process talking with town officials to make sure they understood what we were doing to Scouters Hall. They understood. And we started the process. We put an estimate together for the building. We reviewed it with the town officials. We worked with the building inspector for code and everything else, and all was agreeable. We submitted it to the Champlin and Levy Foundations, the estimate as required with the proper paperwork. It was to code when we were going to finish the project. So it was $30,000. At the end, we thought we were getting nothing. It was 2, 3, 4, 5 months we're waiting, and we didn't understand the process of these two entities. But finally, I got a phone call. And they said, Phil, this is the Levy Foundation. Yep, we've passed your application. Good, we're going to give you $30,000. It's okay. 2 days later, Gene Mayo calls me. Phil, yep, I got a call. Who? Champlin. If I mix them up, they're going to give you $30,000. Now I got 60. So then, a short time later, I get a phone call from then State Senator Majority Leader Paul Kelly. Phil, I got a grant for $10,000. So we took $70,000 working with the community, building inspector, and everybody else. At that time, the ceilings were falling in, the roof is leaking, the windows were not to code, they were thermal ineffective. The boiler, as they mentioned, there was no boiler. It was electric heat that was hanging off the wall, ready to catch on fire and burn the place down. We worked with the building inspector for all code necessities. We put in a boiler, and we had, as the scout leader was saying, they had no place to store things. They had not even less way back in 1996. We put as a part, because we got so much money at that time, we were able to put that 2-car garage on the side for them to put their trailer in and everything else. So we met all the codes at that time, and as was said by Mr. Mayo, things change, but it was code back then. And if the town is not working to renovate their buildings, we have no control over that. With respect to the location, as a town resident, to me, and I was a civil engineer that did site work. I did commercial, residential, and industrial. The most effective place to put it is at Hallowell. That's my opinion as a taxpayer. You have expansion abilities. Hallowell, you're limited. Years ago, we had a bigger parking area that was reduced because of the fence, the wood barrier was put up. So we had to work with that. And we've done, with my former Parks and Rec Director, Joe Kozlik, we had trips. You're trying to get a bus in out of there, whether you're expanded or not. Hallowell, that's where you want to go. But that's my opinion as a taxpayer. That's the history of Scouters Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else want to speak? Want to close and reopen?
Yeah, the public hearing?
Yeah.
Well, the public comment. Madam President, I'll make a motion to table or continue the public discussion until the next meeting on 10/7, or when this matter is resumed.
Okay, I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Next item, discussion by council vote or other action on Hallowell Review Committee. Mr. Porter, recommendations from August Hallowell Review Committee meeting, federal grant location, and directors for Hallowell Review Committee to move forward.
Okay. So from my understanding, it would probably be substantial enough to table the items B and C for us and make that, continue that to a date certain of your October 7th meeting, if that's going to be the prerogative of the council. I want to start off by reading our recommendations that we had made on August 26, 2024. We made a series of them, and they're all included in your packet. And I'm going to start just by reading them. First and foremost, we recommend and reiterate our September 2022 recommendation that the property be used for the multi-use community-based site that has recreational and educational components for all North Smithfield residents, and add that the grant be used at the Hallowell property. Secondly, we understand that you will be meeting and discussing the grant at what we thought was going to be the September 3rd meeting, and have compiled a series of questions in hopes that they aid in the council's discussion in rendering a decision so that the town move forward towards a multi-generational center that we can all benefit from. And these questions have been attached. I'm not going to go through A through S. They're all in your packet. You can use them to your benefit at the next meeting. However, similarly, I would like to make a few comments that encapsulate some of these questions and considerations that we would like the council to review. This $4 million grant for a multi-generational center is something that is great for the town of North Smithfield. We have heard multiple opinions on how we can accomplish something that would greatly benefit the residents. The grant has also brought this to be an emotional project. I personally serve on the Hallowell Review Committee because of my great-grandfather, Carl Christensen, and the fact that I want to give back to the community that has provided for me my entire life here. There have been voices of support and opposition, changes of mind and heart, but what the HRC wants to underscore is that this is something that will be an amenity and benefit for all residents of town to truly be a multi-generational facility. As I said, the HRC has provided a series of questions that we felt would help further the discussion for the council, as you will all determine the future of the multi-generational facility. Questions A through S refer to considerations, costs, history of the town, and some supporting documents for reference. I want to take a moment to address a few big picture items that stemmed from our conversation and continued recommendation that the $4 million grant remain allocated for the Hallowell property. The timeline, as Mr. Bergman has presented, are both the same. BH+A has anticipated a 12-month process for completion of schematic design, design development, and construction document phases. However, I believe if we decided to move forward with Scouters, the Multi-Generational Advisory Committee will have to go out for RFQ. This will likely add an additional 2 to 3 months to the original 12-month process. This is a process I know extensively because I live it every day, as my background is a registered architect in both Rhode Island and Massachusetts, and have participated in multiple projects. For the HRC, it took us about 5 months because we had only one submission for our initial procurement. As Joel said, construction will take approximately 12 to 16 months for both sites with new construction. On top of this timeline, there is another $1 million grant for outdoor recreation, specifically for the Hallowell property. What kind of facilities will support the outdoor recreation if we do not have a building in place at Hallowell? What kind of support spaces will future courts, fields, trails, and gardens have if something is built at Scouters? The Hallowell Review Committee has taken a fully comprehensive look at the property through our master plan so that both elements can be accomplished. Additional costs will be incurred by the town if we have 2 separate projects. We'll be paying for 2 separate contracts with architects and engineers, as well as general contractors. Let's realize some efficiencies in combining the 2 grants and maximize the efforts going to something that will benefit the entire community. Other additional costs would be for rentals incurred by seniors or the Scouts for relocating and holding events at alternative locations. How far will they need to travel? What are the logistics planned for the municipal court to be closed for 12 to 16 months? So again, more unknown costs that have not been factored into the Scouters project cost estimate. We spoke about the entrance at Pacheco. There had been a grant application done by the previous town planner in 2017, estimating that the site work would be $265,000. That's in 2017 dollars, not in today dollars. And I believe Joel spoke to the increase of how much that would be. One other point that I want to bring up, and it was already mentioned by Mrs. Tebow. We want to bring to the council's attention that the grant application for the Scouters property references a community survey. That survey was one done by the HRC, asking what town residents would like to see at the Hallowell property. Not at Pacheco, not at Pines, not at anywhere else in the community, but at Scouters. But at Hallowell. The fact that a survey to identify what residents want to see at Hallowell was used for something at Scouters is patently false. Using the Hallowell results to accomplish something at another property is not right. Speaking with many residents, they feel that there has been a bait and switch. Mrs. Tebow brought up that they use the information by the Hallowell Review Committee. The work that this committee, my committee, has done, the committee members that are sitting in front of you tonight have done, was strictly for the Hallowell property. One of our tasks was to look at all town properties and identify what could be done with some of those other town properties. We felt strongly enough to continue recommending Hallowell. I want to point out there have been no surveys done by the Multi-Generational Advisory Committee because they used ours. There has been no public outreach. There have been no meetings that include other town groups or entities to gather input and feedback for what multiple organizations may want to see at the property to serve them. We have had meetings where we have had 10 to 15 town entities come and participate in our design charrettes and also have input on the master plan that we have put together. I've been to many of the Multi-Generational Advisory Committee meetings, and there has been no representation for the Girl Scouts. They have used the work of the HRC that we did specifically for the Hallowell property. How can this be determined to be a true multi-generational facility if we have only catered to 2 groups? The process to solicit input and feedback is during the building design, not afterwards. Again, This is something I do on a daily basis as an architect, so I'm very familiar with the process that these projects go through. We do not deny that Scouters Hall needs upgrades, but this again falls to building maintenance. The town has a history of how we maintain buildings, as evident by the recommendation of both the HRC and the Multigenerational Advisory Committee to demolish existing buildings. Upgrades to the existing buildings at Scouters can be accomplished. To quote the BH+A Scouters report in your executive summary that you have, it states, after reviewing the options included in the report, it is our recommendation that the best use of funds would not be to renovate Scouters Hall, demolishing the existing building and constructing a new multi-generational community center at this or your other studied site will yield superior results for the long-term benefit of the community, maximizing the impact of the $4 million. I want that to sink in. Long-term benefit of the community. You heard Mr. Bargman up here just say the Hallowell property is better suited for expansion. We have been told that the senior population is growing. How will a new building at Scouters be able to expand? Include a gymnasium, include a second story, include a pool, include any sort of expansion to address the needs of the town. In short, it won't. The larger the building, the more parking will be needed to expand. Are we willing to give up the fields, the volleyball court, basketball courts, just to accommodate more parking? The plan that has been put together for Scouters addresses a right now need, but does not accommodate for the future. That is why the HRC pushed for a multi-phase master plan, because we understood we would not be able to accomplish everything in one shot. We understand that the needs will evolve and that the master plan and space allocated for a number of programmatic elements can be shifted and moved around. Phase 1 in the master plan addressed the right now and the future needs of this town. I end with this. What has been the defining idea or concept that puts one property over the other? Which property yields greater benefit to all citizens of this town, present and future? Both properties have existing utilities brought to them. Both properties are easily accessible by the public. One might argue that the light at Hallowell makes it easier than the existing entry to Scouters. The master plan of Hallowell addresses both the right now and future needs, whereas Scouters cannot based on limited space. If the HRC felt that the property was not the ideal place for a multi-generational facility, we would never have made that recommendation to move forward. The council has continually backed our efforts and voted unanimously to allocate the $4 million grant to the Hallowell property back at the September 7th, 2023 meeting. You trusted that our professionalism, expertise, and recommendations were in the best interest of the town. And they continue to be for the best. We have fought to be heard and pushed this council and the council before to ensure that this town, that the Hallowell is best for the multi-generational facility. We have already invested nearly $1 million in building assessments, site analysis, master plans, hazardous material abatement, and demolition at the Hallowell property. It is time to continue our investment in the property and provide an amenity for the people of this town. It is time for us to be proactive and forward-thinking rather than reactive. And by continuing to do so at Hallowell will be a great step forward for this community. Based on the facts and studies presented to this council to date, this will be probably better suited for the next meeting, but I'm going to end with it anyways. Based on the facts and studies presented to this council to date, the HRC respectfully requests that the council decide on how this town will move forward tonight, while also respecting the results of the survey that we did for the Hallowell property, not for Scouters, and what the residents would like to see at the Hallowell property. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone on the council have any questions for Mr. Porter?
So just to refresh everybody's memory, the proposal for the first phase of a Hallowell multi-generational center
Yes.
is how many square feet and cost?
6,600 square feet.
Okay.
And I believe Joel had the cost up. Let me pull the numbers up. Because the costs that I have in my head are not the escalated costs as Joel had
Right.
presented. So the 6,600 square foot project total cost for Hallowell was 5.93 million, as Mr. Bargman had presented.
Okay, thank you.
That was picking up, putting the same exact building at Hallowell, right?
Yeah, so the master plan considers the 6,600 square foot building. If we were presented with a 3,800 square foot option and a 51 square foot option, but we felt that the best, and we recognize the recommendation of BH+A, that to get a truly successful multi-generational center, that was the size that would truly be best for the town.
Okay, so we actually, so it's larger than what's being proposed at Scouters. Scouters is 51, this is 66, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's why the difference in the
Yes.
cost as well?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else have any other questions?
No, but I have to make this comment. Mr. Porter, you have not lost any of the fervor that you started off with when we went through Hallowell, when it was torn down and not emptied yet, and you looked around. In our first meeting, whatever you did well. So you have, not that both aren't good, but for the multi-purpose building that we need, and hopefully with other grants or someone hitting it big at Lotto or something, that we will get your dream, because you all have worked as a team, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. O'Hara.
I just kind of want to echo what Councilwoman O'Hara mentioned. You know, I've had the privilege of serving as the liaison to the Hallowell Review Committee, and I've seen the great work that the committee has done. You know, they obviously have done something right. You know, BHNA was also picked up by the Multigenerational Advisory Committee, so we were fortunate enough to work with them. And I just think it's important that we realize that delay is resulting in increased costs, delays resulting in delays in production timelines. You know, in January of '24, we had this feasibility study presented to us, the final master plan, and when you look at the production timeline and schedule, we would be about 2 months away from putting a shovel in the ground at Hallowell, instead of looking at potentially another 6 months to a year, or however long that next phase takes if we pivot back, which is going to result in even more cost and updates. And the thing here is that we're talking about $4 million. That's going to erode quickly. Every delay, there's, was it 5 to 7% escalation? That we're going to run out of money before we even make a decision. And I just think we picked Hallowell. You know, we committed to Hallowell and pivoting back from Scouters, and then we even passed a resolution asking our state and federal delegation if there's even any more money back in January. So I don't know where that's ended up. I don't know where the grant writers stand on any of this, but I just think I said it back in the past. It's $4 million, it's $5 million. There's money out there, whether it's sponsorships, whether it's donations from corporations, whether it's maybe other state and federal agencies. We shouldn't get bogged down on the cost. It's not like we're talking $4 million to $20 million. We're talking about $1.5 million to maybe $2 million difference between just the cost of these two projects if we go with the 6,100 square foot or whatever. And let's not forget, BHNA also said you can build a building for $4 million at Hallowell. It is doable. You know, I think it is important to take into consideration the recommendations from BHNA when they do say there is future expansion. I mean, an indoor gym has been discussed as well there. One day, maybe that is feasible, and then that becomes an indoor walking path for families with young children, for seniors. You know, the scouts can utilize it. I think I just think we need to be focused on the future here, and I think that the work that the Hallowell committee done has been fantastic, and they've put in a lot of hours. Every meeting has been online and readily available, and I just think we need to make a decision soon on where it's going to go, and just get to work.
Okay, do you want to make a motion to open it up for a public hearing also?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to open it up for public
Second.
comment.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Anyone like to speak on the Hallowell?
Don't all jump at once.
Mary Semini, 171 Great Road. I'm just here to reiterate the comments that I made earlier. I think this group has put together a tremendous, tremendous opportunity for all of us in North Smithfield. And I would say, hate to see all of that work go into a center that is going to serve two groups, Scouters and seniors. That does not designate a multi-generational center by any stretch of the imagination. And when you talk about the location of Pacheco, as opposed to when Linda was talking about, oh, we're going to walk here, we're going to walk there, how many of those people are going to be navigating those hills? Many of those roads don't even have sidewalks, so like, let's just cut that stuff out. But these guys have done a great job. I've sat with them, you know, when the Pawtucket Boys and Girls Club, you know, Pawtucket YMCA was there. I was there when they met with the Boys and Girls Club of Cumberland. You know, this is a tremendous opportunity, and there are monies available for these types of things. There are corporate sponsorships. There is foundational money. There's, you know, federal grants that are available, and we have access to those if we do it in the right way. So I think my personal thought is we should disband one of the committees totally and focus on what we should be focusing on, the legacy of the taxpayers of the town of North Smithfield and what they will leave to their children, their grandchildren, and future generations. And that is not Scouters Hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I already gave my address before, but I just wanted, I was waiting for Jeff because I didn't know if it was part of that same hearing. So that's why I didn't give any commentary, and I just want to thank Jeff for the report that he gave to the room tonight, and also echo and support. I grew up the hill from Hallowell. I used to walk to school, and it's a beautiful site. It is accessible to the community, and it has so much room to grow. And I also haven't really heard much from us out in the audience about the garden, so I just really want to give props to Ann Lilly and all the volunteers who have been working on the garden. And it's so beautiful there, and having a community center and the outdoor potential, and then all of the professional work that's been done, I, as a resident, really support and would enjoy being able to use Hallowell. And I just want to clarify, when I was saying that 42% wasn't representative of the community, it's because I don't want that data being used as if to say 42% of the community want a senior center, or, you know, something like that. And the other thing is, it was a convenience sample, but it still gives you a good sense of ideas that people raised. So I don't want it to seem like I was discrediting the survey, but you can't use percentages and say that that represents one group of people, and we also don't know who completed it. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you to the Hallowell Committee for all the work that you did.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
I originally presented this letter to be read, I'd like to read it myself.
Sure.
My name is Mary Ann DePault. I live at 86 Hillview Avenue in North Smithfield.
and I wrote this letter originally to be included in the record. As a senior, I'm respectfully requesting the council continue to support the demonstrated request of the community to explore the creation of a multi-generational facility at the Hallowell site. The Hallowell Review Committee has invested 4 years in exploring viable options to have a facility that includes the input from the charrette and a reinforced community survey. The professionalism demonstrated by the committee is to be admired. It was diligent to include the input from seniors while attempting not to circumvent the express request of the community. The committee has interviewed the YMCA representative as well as those of the Boys and Girls Clubs. The members are fully cognizant that they need to get to the community goal without severely impacting the tax rate. They were in process of exploring the viability of subsidies and sponsorships from large communities and organizations. Unfortunately, the $4 million grant solicited from Congressman David Cicilline has repeatedly halted the progress. They patiently attempted to work on revising the architectural plans to include the perceived needs of the needs expressed by the seniors. The progress was again halted while senior representatives explored purchasing the Pines. The need to have a senior center before their expiration date has expanded the progress of the initial goal of a true multi-generational facility. The group has now decided to return the initial location of Scouters Hall. As a senior and taxpayer that also has an expiration date, I don't feel entitled to any exclusive use of any facility. Should the council choose to allow the $4 million for Scouters, so be it. The continued hijacking of planned process negates the goal of having Hallowell continue to serve all the community. We are all entitled. Our tax base is small. We must always professionally evaluate and then commit. Any future request for additional North Smithfield taxpayer dollars is unacceptable for that endeavor's subsidy at Scouters. The committee has worked tirelessly to complete their mission. The whole of North Smithfield deserves the opportunity to have a site that allows for an all-inclusive community's experience. I'm requesting that the council continues to support the Hallowell Review Committee with the initial plan to pursue a facility that serves the whole town. It is a perfect blend of dedicated professionals in the needed fields and residents who want the best affordable solution. The constant leaping to a new plan without vetting what costly and that was costly and accomplished nothing but chaos.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Anyone else?
Scott Savigny, 33 Hillview Avenue. As a member of Hallowell Review Committee, I of course echo everything Jeff has said. I also encourage all of you to think big picture. There's been a lot of talk of, we have the $4 million, we can build a building, what should it be, who should use it, but the master plan also includes a lot of other elements to it. We have the $1 million for trails. That property as a whole can be a phenomenal resource for active recreation and passive recreation, for sports over there, or for trail walking, for community garden. So in your deliberations, please keep in mind, take a look at the big picture. Take a look at the entire master plan, because that building is a piece of it, and it's an important piece of it, but it can also serve as a piece where if you build pickleball courts, if you build basketball courts, if you have trails, it can be incorporated into those, make comfort for those who use it with bathrooms, and really make a great recreational hub for our town, which I think, while we have Pacheco, I think we're lacking in that, and we can really step forward And as a residential community, at least offer that, something where we can get out, we can meet our neighbors, we can come together in a place like that. So I think it has a lot of value. So just keep that in mind as you deliberate.
Thank you.
As everyone knows, the community garden at Hallowell really is where I exist. And I spend a lot of time at Hallowell. And many of you may think of it as a vacant place where nothing exists. But when you spend time there, you find that there are people that drive in and take walks. There are people that bring their dogs down. Forestdale uses the Hallowell site all the time. The basketball courts are in bad shape, but it's very common to see young men out there playing basketball. And I expect, with the times that we have, that young women will be out there as well. So it's not an abandoned place whatsoever. It is full of wildlife. There's a red-tailed hawk that lives in that meadow. There's, unfortunately, some woodchucks. But it is a place that me and my fellow gardeners will spend time picking and talking and dreaming of having a community kitchen so we can pick our produce and go up and teach people how to can, how to freeze, how to make salad dressings, how to bake bread. The synergy that would exist to have a community center at the heart of Hallowell with all that other resources, walking, trails, recreation would be fantastic. And I hate to see us box ourselves into a location that would not have that synergy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
This was just an observation that I made when Mr. Vargman was giving his presentation. He stated that the Pacheco Park site was 29 acres. I believe that to be incorrect because there are two parcels there. The one that houses Scouters is a smaller parcel, and then the park itself. The park is all zoned as open space, whereas Pacheco is zoned as a residential area. So I just want to make sure that when you're looking at diagrams that were presented this evening, that's not a true apples to apples comparison. So you can look on the town's GIS that shows that the Scouters Hall is really on a postage stamp. So if there's any argument about expansion, expandability, the ability to punch out, you'd be building on open space, and per our zoning charter, we can't do that. So just wanted to make that clarification for everybody.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anyone else?
Want to continue it?
Yeah.
Madam President, I'll make a motion to continue the public comment until 10/7 or next meeting.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Want to pay some bills?
Yeah, in a second. Discussion by council vote or other action on usage of opioid funding for the North Smithfield Fire Department equipment. Chief Chaudier.
Good evening. Back in June or so, North Smithfield Fire and Rescue started looking into the newest version of the LifePak heart and defibrillator monitors with our vendor, Stryker Physio Control. The newest version is out. It's a LifePak 15. It just came out probably about 3 or 4 months ago. And it's a costly piece of equipment. As you might guess, the newest, latest and greatest of something like that comes with a high price tag. Each unit runs anywhere between $50,000 and $55,000. The units that we currently are running on both of our rescues have reached the end of life, meaning that we're going to start having problems being able to service them should we need to, if a part fails or something like that. Along with that demonstration, we talked about various ways in which we can probably try to find some funding. In my capital plan, we do have money that's tried to be put aside, $50,000 for this next fiscal year. As we discussed it with the vendor, we found that a lot of communities were using the opioid money to purchase a lot of this equipment. So I turned to the administrator and the finance director to see if that was feasible, because there are some parameters in which you can use the money for. And we're finding that, like I said, several communities have purchased these monitors for their rescue vehicles, such as Warwick and North Providence, Little Compton, you know, to get these on board. So I guess tonight I'm just here basically to get the approval from the council to keep doing the research to make sure that the funding that's there can in fact be used so that we can move forward to make the purchase. It's my understanding, and Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, we have about 160,000?
Yeah, 169. As of right now.
And it's very limited in what it can be used for. I think this is a great opportunity for us to get what we need, to get modern day equipment onto the vehicles, you know, for really no cost to the town.
So Chief, may I, how many are you looking for?
Well, we're looking ideally for two. I actually got a quote this afternoon from our vendor, and we're looking at about $129,993. The units themselves are about $56,000, but then when you add in the extended service plans that we're proposing, which is a 6-year service plan, it comes with a 1-year warranty, so effectively we would have 7-year warranty on the units. But that's not in stone. We can reduce it to whatever we want for a service plan. We can have a 3-year, or 4-year, or no plan at all, which that wouldn't be very smart. So the units themselves are about $56,000. They will give us some trade-in money for the older units that we have. It's not a whole lot, but there is some trade-in value to those.
And grants, nothing out there for?
We could put in for a grant through the AFG program to try to get that. But I think the conversation that the administrator and I had and Tony is that the money that we have is limited to what we can use it for. So, and I think this probably fits some of the parameters that we could use it for.
So when did we get this money?
We've gotten this over, I don't know, quite a while. It's been...
What does 2 mean? 2 what?
2 years. It's been slowly with Walmart. It was CVS, it was Walgreens. It's being settled, it's being administered by a law firm in South Carolina, Greer. And we have this money. It becomes kind of cumbersome because we don't have the facilities to offer opioid counseling and training like bigger communities do. So the thought process was to maybe conjoin with a bigger community, Woonsocket or Smithfield. But I would recommend this opportunity because as the chief started to read off the communities that are using this money for life-saving, it's just not for opioids, it's just not for overdose. North Providence, Warwick, small communities as well, Little Compton, Hope Jackson, Coventry, Johnston, West Greenwich. So I think it's a great opportunity to provide the life-saving equipment that our first responders need.
So do we have any guidelines what it can be used for? Like why aren't we just doing any research on it?
Any opioid-related, any type of treatment or preventative methods, which would, you know, this this mechanism, this equipment that he's trying to buy would be exactly that. This fits that requirement. This, as he just listed, those are some of the other communities that are doing exactly what the chief is proposing.
Right, but shouldn't we be a little proactive in what we can do with it if we're just holding on to this money that we could be spending it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if North Smithfield has an opioid problem, but
you said you have guidelines what it can be used on, right?
yeah, preventative equipment for, or emergency services equipment for opioid cases, which is what this equipment that he's suggesting is.
I'd like to make a comment. I think we may need it more than we realize. It's what you don't see that's there. And sometimes if you're comfortable, it may be easier for you to get some of the junk, as I call it. So if we could do something, I don't know who we have qualified at the high school now, but I think it's something to look into.
So, if I may, you're saying use it for opioid
We can use it for
education
that.
as well as, yeah, so
Absolutely.
what it was originally, yeah.
Or through your people, if they can take courses, because you're in the trenches when you meet this.
So, Chief, do you mind explaining, I know it's in the report, but do you mind explaining the heart monitor, for the LP35?
Right.
The LP35 and the Lucas, the compression machine, which can help not just opioid people that are in need, but the entire community would benefit from this.
Sure. So
We don't have that,
We
by
don't
the
have a
way, so
report,
that's
so-
why we're a little. All we have is the letter from you.
Oh, the memo from me, yeah.
Right, that's it, yes.
Okay. So, basically what the equipment is, it's a Life Pack 35, and what that does is that gives us the capability to put a patient on a monitor, should they be having some sort of chest pain or whatever, and it gives us a reading of what the heart is doing at the time of the event. If the person is in cardiac arrest, it gives us the ability to defibrillate them to get their heart started again. Plus, there are other features on there that you can monitor carbon monoxide levels, if it's a carbon monoxide incident, carbon dioxide for a patient, if you have a cardiac arrest situation. There's what they call a pulse ox on that, where it measures your oxygen level. So it has a lot of features on it that really help us out in the medical field when we're out doing our job. Like I said earlier, the equipment that we have now, although it's fully functional, and I don't want to make it like what we have is no good, it's just at the end of its life now. Now they have this new version out, and they're going to start to phase out servicing. They're going to phase out, developing the parts and such. So if we have a problem with this version that we have now, we may not find a part for it, or we may have to get a used part or a refurbished part for it. So at some point, whether we use this money or not, we're going to have to start looking toward getting this version of the heart monitor. So it's going to happen at one point or another.
Yeah.
So
They should definitely piggyback on some of these bigger towns and see if that's what they're doing, because
I certainly am not suggesting that, we just go ahead and do this. I certainly would work closely with the administrator and the finance director to make sure that we meet the parameters and being able to do this. But I do know for a fact that some of these other communities have used this money to purchase what we're looking for.
so you're just looking for a motion for us to let you continue that research, or are you just letting?
Yes.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion to allow the chief to continue, and I would ask not only for the opioid money, but in possible grant funding if you find anything, because I do believe what Councilor O'Hara said is true. We're a small community, but we do probably have issues. And if we have the funding that has been allocated for that, and we're just summarily dismissing it without taking an opportunity to look at what we could provide in the community. I think that's important, so my motion would be to continue looking.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mr. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion by council vote or other action on award of bid for purchase of tire changer and balancer, Public Works. Mr. Pendergast?
Good evening. In your packet, you should have a proposal from Hunter Engineering Company for a new tire changer and smart weight elite balancer and miscellaneous items that my mechanics can use. The one we have is over 25 years old, is a safety issue. The cost is $28,118.84. We can use the NASPO Value Point Master Agreement, which any state agency authorized to use statewide contracts in the state of Rhode Island. I've reviewed this with my mechanic, and I recommend this purchase.
And this would come out of your capital funds?
Yes, that comes out of FY25 capital. I believe is 30,000.
The other one's only 25 years old? Boy,
That's
you're
probably
hard
on
to
the
get
low end.
along with, I'll tell you. Okay, so this is basically to assist, it's a lift, is that what it is? A smart weight elite balancer, and tire changer, okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the proposal from Hunter Engineering Company for a new tire changer and smart weight elite balancer and miscellaneous items for the use of mechanics in the highway department in the amount of $28,118.84.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Discussion by council vote or other action on payment of bills.
Madam President, I would like to point out, don't know the page, so just give me a second. It's row number 49 for G&G Mini Consulting and Grant Writing. The amount is $9,975 in July through September services. While I support the grant, I support grant writing, and I believe wholeheartedly that the town should have grant writers. I don't know where to date we stand on any updates from the grant writers. I know in just communications with them, and I think we need to bring them in for a conversation.
Okay.
Because I know at times it feels like it's either the council or I can't speak for the administration, so, Paul, if you want to chime in at any point. But it just seems like you present, like in my personal experience, I've presented them with ideas, and it kind of goes nowhere, and then it's like, well, how do you want to proceed? Or it's like, do you want to be involved? And then meetings happen, and there's no follow-up or connection. I think there was one for playground facilities, and we said we would attend, and the meeting happened. And so I think for the amount of money that we're paying, I want to make sure we're getting the best return on that money. And if not, then I think we need to find a new grant writer for the town, because I think there's a lot of opportunities to achieve a lot of what we're trying to do, whether it's facility maintenance or Hallowell or the police station or anything. I just feel like maybe we're missing the mark on some things. No fault to anybody, but if we're going to make that investment, we should be maximizing its return.
And the updates, were they supposed to be monthly or quarterly? Once a month? Have they reached out at all?
Well, there's been some inconsistency in the reporting. We did receive one Thursday. I asked Mark to take a look through it just to double check it. Mark's like, he's not feeling well. And he's been out for a while. So, yeah, there is a report that I choose my words carefully because we're talking about performance. We're going to be very careful. I think it's something you might consider going into executive session to discuss.
Yeah, I just wanted the record to reflect, I'm not necessarily saying they're a bad firm or anything like that, right? I'm just saying, I think we should have a conversation with them and let them know if there is any, where is communication being missed? How do we improve upon the process? You know, what direction are they getting? Are we not providing enough direction? Like, how do we improve upon this process? Because I just feel like, you know, we all know there's grants out there. That's what we've been hearing, you know, from the community and from what other towns receive for grants. And so I think it's at a point where we need to have a conversation with them.
May I, where are we in their contract?
Well, it's $35,000 was allotted last year and this year, so what you have in front of you here was the payment of, it's $9,975 for a period of time.
For a quarter?
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, are we close, was it in a 6-month contract? And then we were to renew, so have we not exceeded that 6 months? Would it, no?
Well, we have a new budget, which started in July, so we think Tony can
I
answer.
would think by
I'm
now.
trying to find the contract right now.
I'd cancel it.
I mean, do we sign a new contract?
I don't know.
Probably just auto renews.
We didn't sign a new contract.
Did it auto renew?
Well, I'm not sure that it automatically renewed. I thought they were at, grant raise at will. You know, so like.
No, it was a 6-month contract, and it was going to be reviewed.
Depending on their performance,
Depending on
because they're out of state.
performance,
Yeah.
because we didn't know them and they didn't know us, and we wanted to establish a relationship. And then we said we'd renew for another 6 if we felt that, you know, it was satisfactory. So are you looking that up, Anthony?
Yeah, it is, you are correct, it is 6 month with option of 2 6-month extensions. So, and either party can cancel within 60-day notice. Invoice shall be paid monthly.
Where are we in that?
We are essentially in this extension of the first 6 months.
But we
One
didn't
of the
start them, did we start them in January?
Started them in
We did?
January, yeah.
Okay.
So council has option to withhold these funds and have a meeting with the G&G and go from there. Because technically, we didn't execute an extension. That's up to the council.
Well, I mean, that's our fault.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't think we
That's
should
not
penalize
them.
them per
No.
se, but.
No.
No, I would certainly pay them, but I think having them come in and speaking with them, and as the counselor said, to try to establish some parameters so that we determine if we are indeed going to go execute that second 6 months, and if not, we can amicably part ways.
Okay.
Get rid of it.
So maybe
someone will get in touch with them, or?
for the next meeting.
I'll contact Jay and Tara and see if we can set up do you want a meeting with the next scheduled council meeting?
That would be good.
If you
Okay.
could.
Do you
that'd
want
be
them to remote in and everything? Like a video chat?
That's how we've always done it, right?
Yeah, okay, I'm just making sure you don't want them present.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
making
it's
sure.
fine.
Oh,
Unless they're around. It's a beautiful
Okay.
time of year to be in Rhode Island.
Do you prefer, real quick, do you prefer the beginning or the end of the meeting?
Beginning.
I
Beginning,
think the
okay.
beginning is fair enough.
All right, does anyone have any other questions on the payment of bills?
I'll make a motion to approve payment of bills in the amount of 2,000, that would be great. $2,784,265.73.
Second.
That's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
yes.
Mr. O'Shea.
Yes.
Ms. Allen.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on consent agenda. All items listed in this section are considered in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless the council requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Town council minutes from July 1st and August 19th. Animal Control Monthly Report for August 2024. North Smithfield Fire and Rescue Monthly Report for August 2024. North Smithfield Municipal Court Monthly Report for August 2024. And North Smithfield Police Department Monthly Report for August 2024. Does anyone want to remove anything? No?
No?
All set?
Mhm.
All right. Anyone want to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam President, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Old business, discussion by council, vote or other action on status of progress report for specific items. Mr. Ogier, the facilities manager?
I'll keep it quick. I did reach out to the school department and the chairman of the school committee, so hopefully I'll have an update next meeting. We can talk about them.
Okay. Human resource position, any update?
We're performing 3 interviews this week, so see how that goes. We had 15 applicants. Out of the 15, 7 or 8 were viable candidates. We're interviewing the top 3, possibly 4 this week. And then we'll move down the list. But right now, this is the short list that we'll be doing.
Okay. Municipal Building Review Task Force?
Yeah, well, nothing yet.
Okay,
In the
no
beginning
update.
of October.
New business by discussion by council vote or other action on appointments to boards and commissions. The Historic District Commission is appointed by the town council. It's one appointment for a completion of a term ending 11/30/2024. You do have an application in your packet.
So it's our appointment?
Mhm.
Okay, so we have an individual named Joel Roshan, and he is a director of engineering. He wants to be appointed to the Historic District Commission.
I'll
Okay.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Groundwater Protection Committee, one appointment for a completion of a term ending 11/30/2024. That is made by the town administrator.
No one at this moment. If you care to make a recommendation, certainly interview that person.
Didn't Gail Burlingoff reach out to you about
Getting back on.
getting back on?
You know, you're absolutely right.
I was gonna say, I think that was communication, right?
You're right. All the fun I've been having, I totally forgot.
It's okay.
Yes, we can, we certainly get back to Gail. I'm feeling a positive reaction. I'm going to appoint her anyway.
Okay. I'd appreciate it so I can have a quorum. Be
Oh,
really
that's a
helpful with all
good
the work
idea.
that we're doing.
So, are you comfortable with me appointing her right now at this moment? 'Cause
Do you
I
know
am.
if she wants it?
She does.
She does, yeah.
All right, so I'd like to appoint Gail.
Thank you, Paul.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much.
All right, next item is discussion by council vote or other action on North Smithfield probate Judge Rossi. Joanne?
I just wanted to put that on the agenda to let everyone know that we received a letter back once we sent out all of the reappointments, and he is no longer going to serve as our probate judge. So I just want to put the word out there because we really cannot be short or wait to the last minute to have someone reappointed. So I'm not sure if this council will be doing that or the next council, but just to get the word out. So,
Okay,
Okay, thanks. We'll
Thank you.
get you someone.
thank you.
thank you. Discussion by council vote or other action on open forum on agenda items only at beginning of meetings. Mr. Biragad?
I just wanted to point out that a couple of weeks ago, more like a month ago, Mr. Zosky was here, and he made a very, very good point. We did switch open forum around a little bit. We put at the beginning and the end. If you want to keep both, that's fine, but I would suggest that at the beginning of the meeting, you allow for anybody to talk about anything. I think that's the people's time. They want to talk about the rooster crow in the neighbor's yard, or they want to talk about agenda item number 5. That should be up to the people to decide. I think that not being able to talk about something on the agenda that's going to come up, and we can only talk about it after the vote it came up, it doesn't make any sense. If you want to talk about something, talk about it before, and maybe you might have some good points to make. It could possibly sway a vote or something like that. But you should be able to talk about the upcoming agenda items before they before they come up. That's just my suggestion.
I'd agree with you, Councilman Biergard. I know we tried it, and I've thought about this one as well, and I think keeping both seems to work, but I think we should remove 2 agenda item or 2 not agenda items only. So just make it about anything you want to speak about.
It's your time.
If you happen to make the meeting early, and you can, like we've had a recent example with executive sessions, or you come later, then it's not like you're limited or you feel like you missed out. So I'd be supportive of
Yeah,
that.
that's a great idea. Just tonight is a perfect example. We said we'd start at 8 o'clock and we didn't get out till like 8:25 or something. So somebody could have been sitting here wanting to speak, left, and then we open it up. So, I mean, I think it's great. Yeah, let's do it.
Do you want to make a motion?
Go ahead.
I would make a motion to amend the rules for the council and allow agenda items to be open discussion for whatever the individual wants to discuss.
With the
Second.
one before the meeting and the end of the meeting, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just think that we should give, if somebody's already spoken during the first one, we should give, if there's an opportunity for other people to speak before we just, you know what I
Same.
mean, just for fairness, so everyone
Yeah.
has an equal chance. But yeah, I have no other discussion.
As long as we identify that
managing
when
it
we're
accordingly.
right, yeah.
And it's going to be kept to 3 minutes for everyone?
Yeah, that's not changing.
Well,
I don't think, right? Change the time?
it's not consistent.
Okay.
Let's-
One baby steps.
Yep, one thing at a time.
So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Biergard?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on pickleball courts at Hallowell basketball courts. Mr. Biragad.
Yeah, as you know, that it's been a little bit of a hoopla lately about pickleball in town, and pickleball is here to stay. It's not a fad, and I think that putting them at the courts over at the high school was probably not the best idea, because it does get confusing. The kids, I think the tennis team actually won the state championship this year, and championship courts, they should not have pickleball court lines and tennis ball court lines, and it's very confusing, especially since they all run parallel with each other. This came up in a recent discussion, and it was an article in the Valley Breeze with Tony Girton brought something up about this, and I agree that the high school is not the location. However, Mr. Savini has been in contact with me, and he
Yeah.
agrees that the site at Hallowell, the basketball courts, the grass is probably about waist high coming out of the cracks over there. It can be fixed very inexpensively. We could, and I happen to know this happens to be my area a little bit. We could fill those cracks, get it seal coated for less than $5,000, I'm positive. And I would be more than happy to paint the pickleball lines on the court at no charge. I say that we just ask the Director of Public Works to get us a price for seal coating and crack filling up there, and I'll take care of the line painting. And we could probably make 3 or 4 courts on the basketball courts over there.
And I'd like to add, I want to thank Mr. Pendergast. I was up there talking to parents, and they're all tennis players, and one man had one of 4 sons, and that's their together time, and there must have been 100 balls everywhere. And one teacher was during the day with the girls, and they really said they thought it looked great. And not that I'm against pickleballs, but that is, to me, a professional site. They wouldn't put it in the middle of the track, would they? They wouldn't do anything to the football or to the soccer field. Well, I think it's one of the cheapest ones we have to support. So I thank you for your cooperation, and those men were very diligent, working, hard workers.
Thank you. The pickleball courts and the tennis courts at the high school, when they were just recently redone, there are 2 pickleball courts on courts 3 and 4. There are 2 exclusive tennis courts on 1 and 2.
Those are the ones down the end?
The first 2 are 1 and 2, 3 and 4 are the 2 in the back. That was taken care of in negotiations with the athletic director and the tennis high school coaches. That was the compromise to keeping pickleball and tennis at the high school. I don't know who didn't do their homework and looking at the high school, but you presently have 2 pickleball courts.
Well, I did the
I
one
actually
further.
did do my homework, and the nets for the tennis courts are higher than the pickleball courts.
Correct.
So
But you can use them.
you can use them, but they're still not.
They're not
so
legal
they're
for
not
tennis.
legal, or they're not regulation. And the lines that they did put in, and I think rightfully so, they're very, a dull line, so they don't, so the tennis courts pop more than the pickleball courts. But nevertheless, it's not the ideal situation.
So that schematic was taken from Barrington Middle School, where they
Wow,
conduct
I'm impressed.
state tournaments for tennis. There was some research done on this. In the US Open blue, with the soft blue for the pickleball courts, is how they derived at that. So now, there was a spot that came up a couple weeks ago on court 4 at the net. The company's coming back to correct that. They were supposed to do it today, but I'm juggling away games with the tennis coach. So now we're scheduled to do Wednesday, and we're going back to the other schematic of 2 courts on each of the back 2 courts to give you a total of 4. And still keep the front 2 courts exclusively for the tennis, which is what the high school tennis coaches want.
Can I just interrupt you 1 second?
Absolutely.
We just need to extend the meeting.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting by a half hour.
So we have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton? Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes, sorry.
If you
So-
change your mind, I'll pay to have that court repainted. So it is professional. This is
It is professional.
unbelievable. This,
It is professional.
good for one, good for all. That's track, that's football, that's soccer, that's basketball, and it's the smallest sport.
So what's the harm in spending short money to fix up the
At
back?
Hallowell?
Yeah.
Maintenance. So now I have to have maintenance people go down and keep the upkeep of those fields. I personally have been waiting until the multi-generational facility debate is concluded to say where we're going to put pickleball courts with the grant money that we already have. So once again, I think we're jumping ahead before we make a decision. My recommendation, winter's coming, let's just sit back, let them do what they're going to do, what they've already, are going to get paid at the high school for, and then we can make a decision whether it's going to go to Hallowell, Scouters,
Good night, gentlemen.
sell the property, or whatever we got to do.
She's leaving.
Oh, well.
But that would be my recommendation, if we can just hold off and see where we're going to go with it. But I think it's a great option if we're going to go to Hallowell. If you're going to move
Well,
all
I'm
your,
just thinking on a temporary basis.
I think temporarily right now, you're going to have 4 courts next week at the high school.
Well, and I don't like temporarily spending money that's not going to be
Well,
used again
temporarily spending
later
money is
after,
temporarily
you know?
we're talking a couple of years before anything is actually,
No, once there's a.
No, but we already have the courts at the high school.
Yeah,
That was
it's
the
not like we're-
that was the compromise we used with the high school facility. There was a lot of thought put into this, and there was a lot of thought put into the color schematic. And it works fine for state tennis tournaments in the high school level. And that was the purpose of the US Open blue and the light blue, as I sent the email to you. So, a lot of chatter in the background, but not a lot of research.
And I'm assuming if you're talking about US Open Blue, you're talking about United States Tennis Association, probably United States
Exactly.
Pickleball Association.
And
Someone that plays tennis, sorry.
tennis and the pickleball. I had to have a compromise between the pickleball and the tennis court people. But the people who were my priority first were the high school tennis.
as is mine.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly
It
the
should be.
compromise. Natalie O'Brien, we put this all together. So I think we're pretty comfortable right now until some decisions are made going forward. And then if it's going to shift to Hallowell for the multi-generational, we're going to have grant money to put courts down there, which would be my recommendation at that time. I don't think we should be doing courts in the next week when things are slowing down. The pickleball people are all going south. Tennis,
That's
the tennis people, well,
not nice.
you got kids in the tennis team. Natalie O'Brien's very happy with what we have right now. So I don't see why we should jump just because somebody put an article in the paper about it.
Well, it's not just, I'm not reacting to an article in the paper. I'm reacting to, I went up there myself, and the nets are not pickleball nets.
Which they can be used,
They can be used, but they're not, nevertheless, they're not regulation.
and that's why we're turning them this week.
So you're gonna black out the lines that are existing?
They're going to be the lighter blue.
Okay.
That's the colors that everybody's agreed to. That's what I did when I was in Florida. Same situation.
Well, if that's what you want to do, but I think for short money, we could very easily make Hallowell, and it'll bring more traffic down to Hallowell. It'll bring more people down to Hallowell.
Which I'm not sure we want to do at this time.
Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Right now, I don't think it's a great location to go right
There's no
now.
construction. What's that?
I don't think it's a great location to go right now.
Well, we got people from the community garden going down there.
That's going to end very shortly.
All right.
We're going into almost October.
All right, are we all set?
Well, yeah.
Councilors, can we come back to this? Somebody make a
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the date of it?
The date, July?
Site assessment feasibility analysis to convert Scottus Hall into a multi-generational community center. The date is July 2024.
Make a motion to
Thank you,
accept that into
everybody.
the record.
Have a good night.
What's happening?
Did I miss something?
What is going on?
I think you missed a lot of things. Everybody have a good night.
Okay, great.
This
You too.
is nuts.
All right, so, can I make a motion to, accept the,
I don't even know what I'm making a
Okay.
motion on. I'll make a motion to accept the, what is that? I don't even have the document
I
packet.
just made a motion to
Oh,
accept
okay,
the
I'll second it
the
then.
report of
we have a
July
motion and a second.
22nd.
Thanks, Paula.
Any further discussion?
2024.
Roll call, please.
Before everybody left.
Mr. Biergard,
You still here?
Still here.
No, yes.
For a second, she is.
Ms.
Yes.
Hamilton,
Yes.
Mr. Ogier,
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
It's amazing.
So we have open forum.
Okay, so let's go to open forum.
Amazing.
Agenda items only pursuant to 42-46-6D, maximum 3 minutes per person. Would anybody like to speak?
Anybody who's here?
Please,
Anybody who's
somebody
left?
speak
Since I waited and I didn't leave.
before someone
This is
else
what I waited
We
for.
gets up and
And we do
leaves.
appreciate
So-
that.
Scott Savigny, 33 Hillview Avenue. So I understand everything that Ray said. I just don't like the word compromise. I think that he's right. Pickleball is waning temporarily because they're all leaving. So the rush to put pickleball lines down, I think there is no rush because they're going to start indoor seasons soon. I work in the city of Cranston, run indoor pickleball, have run it since 2018. People are going to start looking to get into the building in October. So I am of the opinion, I'm of the strong opinion, that the high school courts stay for high school players. In the courts that I have visited, I have not visited Barrington, there are no pickleball lines on high school courts. Interscholastic League does not have any opinion on this. They leave it to, I checked with Interscholastic League, I wasn't sure competitive courts. They do not have an opinion on it. They will leave it to the administration of the town. So the town, the city can do whatever they want. I prefer to, as I've spoken with John, to see something done temporarily over at Hallowell. Get them over there, get proper courts over there. You can get temporary nets on you can spend, like the nets that I bought at our facility in Cranston, I spent $350 each net. There's 4 of them. I got 35 to 40 people over there playing pickleball on any given night in the morning or at night. If you build it properly, it will get used a lot. And I think that will leave high school courts to stay for tennis and high school. In Cranston, we really try and keep no pickleball lines on any of the high school courts. There's 2 that are in Cranston, for Cranston East, for Cranston West. As a department, we have decided not to put pickleball lines on any of the high school courts. Cranston West gets used heavily by tennis players. and also by the high school. So to put lines over there and create more pressure on there because once you have pickleball lines and you have pickleball nets in particular, not a lot of people have their own nets, but you put nets there, you will draw a lot of users over there. So I am of the strong opinion, if you just wait, do not put any pickleball lines on the courts, and just wait a little bit. The players are all going to go away. The weather's going to change. By October, they're all going to move indoors, except for maybe some hardcore players, but they'll all want to go indoors. You have time to think about it, time to research. I think for short money, I agree with what John said, that you can put you can just resurface, because we don't know what's going on with Hallowell right now. So could those temporary courts be there for 6 months, a year, 2 years? At least they're there, they can get used, there's parking. When we try and put pickleball lines on places in Cranston, there's a couple of criteria that we try and think about. Is it near a residence? Is there plenty of parking available? Because once you have pickleball players, they all come in their own car. You're gonna have 10, 15, 20, 30 of them. And is there bathroom facilities available? And I would add a fourth one now, is how is it gonna negatively impact particularly your high school courts? So those are just some things that I've thought about. I would like to see no pickleball lines at the high school, instead move over to Hallowell. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak?
Just a quick thought on the pickleball courts. How does school being in session affect the use of those courts? With limited parking in the student parking lot, and if there's any other practices or games going on in those courts, those pickleball courts aren't able to be used. So you're actually limiting the use of those courts to the people that may want to use them.
Can I just say, I think this topic is, I think this topic should not be set by the council. And I'm going to say this for one reason. We've been told as a council that we overstep into administrative boundaries at times. This is actually a discussion for the Parks and Recreation Department, the DPW Department Director, to come to us and tell us how much is it going to cost. And we just authorize the funds. I think we're getting a little ahead of our skis here on this one. And I support putting pickleball courts at Hallowell. It's in the master plan. I think there's a way to do it, and it wouldn't be just temporary. But I think this is a discussion that we don't necessarily, this shouldn't be us saying this is the future state of pickleball. This is more of an administrative thing, and we're just authorizing the funds if it's not on the budget.
Well, we could speak to the administrator.
Yeah,
We
we
left,
yeah.
so. Does anyone else have anything else to say? Any more public? No? One more time, anyone? Okay, you want to close?
Are we tabling this item from exec to the next meeting?
Oh, no.
We still have executive, right?
Right, but if
We
you
have-
want that,
we have one
we have
item.
one item left. It's up to the council if they want to take it now, or do you want to take it now?
Let's take it, yes.
Yeah, we'll just take it now.
Yeah, we'll
Get
take it
over
now.
yeah. Okay,
Okay, well,
all right, so,
thank you all for coming
let's see.
and staying.
Executive session, item B.
Discussion, so executive session, discussion by council vote or other action on Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A5. Any discussions or considerations related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes or of the disposition of publicly held property wherein advanced public information would be detrimental to the interests of the public. 3, considerations related to the acquisition of real property for public purposes, parcel 2.
I'll make a motion to move back into executive session.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier. Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.